Hello. Test, test. All right. Think should work. Hello, everyone. Sorry, I just ate something, so I'm a little bit late, probably. No, I'm on time actually. Whoa. Okay. So yeah, I have this animation I randomly did on that other stream, like rough animation, and yeah, I decided to clean it up and show you some thought process behind it and how I would do it and how I do things. Not all of that is perfect or like I'm not the super cleanest animator, I gotta say. Like as you guys can see, if you zoom in a little bit, you see like there's a lot of little holes like here. But yeah, it does its job for Gengar, I guess. Mm, In some cases, not in all cases. I also have been like getting feedback from another studio, and they be like, yeah, please work on your clean lines, and because not every studio would accept that. So I value that as correct criticism. Though the most important thing for your drawings need to be that everything is very clean and clear to understand. Like so that if you draw like maybe two lines but they don't connect properly, regardless if the cleanup artist goes over it, he knows that this is basically just one line he has to draw then, right? So you basically can fill in the holes. But if your lines are like too wiggly or like not too like changing up the shape too much and not connecting properly, it might be a little bit hard to get it right. And that's why I wanted to, let you guys want to show some of the cleanup tools again to kind of clarify that there's some stuff that can help you to, get those clean, crisp lines, right? And I think I've talked about the cleanup tools already, so this is basically kind of a repetition of it, but you see me actively using them now. Again, I don't know if I did that the last time, but I'm definitely gonna do it this time. Yeah, and maybe if we're fast enough and get these 17 frames done, which could take a couple hours. Oh, it's a little bit more than 70 frames, I guess. But yeah, we can see maybe we can just draw less, I guess. And we can maybe even color it in, right? Or maybe shade it, you know. So yeah, another thing I wanted to plan for the stream. I'm sorry for that. I'm not answering any questions right now. I'm just kind of introducing what I plan to do this stream. So we have like some sort of um, guide or like some kind of not guide a line to follow pretty much, right? Yeah, I wanted to to talk about how I try to, think of the consistency in line art. For this one, it's pretty simple because my character moves so much, so you can get away with a lot of inconsistency or a lot of, you know, style, fuck, stylization. Fuck, I can't even. I can't figure out the word right now. I'm sorry. Yeah, but yeah, pretty much that. Yeah, basically I can get away with a lot of inconsistency, and I can kind of rush the drawings quite a lot. The character design is quite simple. Um, You can see one of the frames I've been drawing, and I use that as a guideline. But yeah, it's pretty much the character design I'm gonna use. And yeah, for the parts I don't see, I'm just gonna try to make it up and try to remember them for the next frames. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So the stream will go on for a while, I think. I don't know for how long exactly. I planned like maybe 2 or 3 hours and see how far I can get. And depends on if I enjoy drawing, which happens sometimes. It can even go up to 6 hours. But yeah, I just want to make the first 30 or 40 minutes really important. I've been animating for a long time at Blazon Animations, but it it took a while to work on anime or like make the jump to draw to like going to key animation. I started out with Pivot Stick Figure Animator when it was like 14, which is around 14 years ago. Um, and then I started with, key animation and drawing in Flash, or like Flash. Macromedia Flash was the first software I used for that, like 5 years ago, I think. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I guess that's the introduction. We can start drawing now. First of all, I'm working in vector layers. So I think I introduced that the other stream. So on the side, you can see like animation cells and my layers, right? So basically my animation cells show the layers in my folder pretty much. And my folders are also shown on the side on the layers. So it looks a little bit confusing, a little bit overwhelming. But basically, if I, move around, you can see how I also move around in the layers. So it's basically the same. It's just separating each individual cell from each other. So when I move around, you know, it it kind of changes. Also, on Clip Studio Paint always remembers the last layer you've been on, except if you reload the file. Like if you saved it and then reload it, it might jump back to like other four layers. I don't exactly know when that happens or why that happens. Sometimes it's very annoying. So I gotta reselect some of the layers. But yeah, you could just skip through the cells and then reselect it with the mouse. It's pretty fast actually. Yeah, that's the only annoying thing about Club. The good thing is you can have limited amount of layers for each individual drawing. Um, I'm using the first layer for my layer and the second layer for my shading layer in case I'm shading. I'm probably going to use very simple shading and then maybe, I don't know, maybe just a little bit of shading in there. Mm, And then, yeah, the other two layers are basically just to fill in some color and maybe fill in the complete character. Um, Mickey actually found a way or like a tool to autofill this kind of stuff. Gotta ask him for the auto action that he created at some point. He said he's still developing it to make it like more accessible and more workable for any kind of layer structure and stuff. So basically, the fill would kind of react to certain colors and stuff. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. Anyways, let's continue, I guess. Drawing my guy. So what I'm doing right here, I'm starting off at from the head. Um, yeah, since he's in motion, the hair are flapping around, and you can get away with just drawing the hair a little bit different every time. I'm trying to, since the character's moving that way, I'm trying to have the hair kind of follow up with the motion or like with the rotation that he's into right now. Okay, so that's why I'm drawing it kind of with these curves. But yeah, the hairs are flapping around a lot when you move a lot or move fast. So you can pretty much get away with a lot of I'm not using onion skin because every time I kind of move back and forth, right? I try to remember or notice. I'm just gonna draw it on red right now. For example, I have this one line over here, right? That's the one I'm focusing on right now. This is just one line on his cloth, on his pullover, on his hoodie, and now I want to, try to measure the line and maybe understand how I can rotate it with the body. And you can see like I'm trying to kind of also have the same length for the line, for example. Since he's, as I said, is still rotating, the hoodie might also have like this kind, the lines will also move with the rotation from the hoodie, right? So basically like this. Okay. So yeah, I'm drawing the lines for the hoodie. Okay, this arm over here is moving upwards. So yeah, here's my fist. My fists are very simple. I don't know. How to say, almost cubes, I guess. I didn't give a shit. And then I draw like these lines to draw fingers on it, and that's my hand. Yeah, simplest design I can wish for basically. But yeah, simplification is very important, especially if you draw a lot of frames. Then you want to save as much details as you can, but still keep the most important ones so you can understand who's that character and what he's doing, right? So it takes a little time to actually figure out which kind of lines you want to emphasize, and it also depends on how far your characters on how far you are zoomed in onto your character, or like how big he is in the screen. For example, if I would draw a close up, in my close up, I would obviously, 1 second, I would obviously have way more details. Like let's say this is my close up, right? And my character had like these massive A's, right? And then you would also focus on the pupil and the inner details, right? And then I don't know, maybe he has some kind of scratches or something over here. Then maybe he is his nose, he's the other part of the nose. Maybe there's a line going down and stuff. All this kind of stuff comes is going to be added the closer you get to the character. But if you're far away, it's okay to, get away with simplification. Okay, right? Faces. Yeah, I'm gonna empty this layer because I don't need that one, just for show. Right. So yeah, now I'm going step by step. I'm now drawing uh the part of the hoodie that's moving with them. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh shit. I should have done that in the beginning of the video. Yeah. So I'm using basically my normal pen, right? I'm drawing on a vector layer. So basically, all my lines I'm drawing, it doesn't matter what brush you use or what texture it has. It will always be a vector line, basically, as long as it's drawn onto a vector layer. For that one, for the vector layer, we can also use the vector eraser. The vector eraser is very helpful because, for example, I have two overlapping lines right now, right? Oops. And you can see in my tool properties, right? It's just a normal eraser, but I have the vector eraser activated, and I personally use the second one because when I now go over this line, it disappears, but it just disappears to the part where the lines crossed, right? And that's why the vector eraser is very helpful. You don't have to, go over the whole line and do all that shit. You just gotta go over it one time and then it's gone pretty much. It's very helpful. And since the vector eraser is activated, it will work on that vector layer, right? As a vector tool. Well, you can still use the same eraser on a layer that has no vector, right? it will simply just gray out, but you can still erase on that layer. Okay. So another tool I'm using is the line connection tool, right? I maybe showed this earlier. If I press the hotkey Y, this one, right, you get to the line correction tool, which is also right here. And over here, well, it's in German right now, but it says connect vector lines, right? And it's the one I want to use. And yeah, those are the settings I'm using for connecting vector lines. Then you basically go through over that hole and it will connect the lines for you. And you can smoothen out some lines like that, or like maybe if there's like some rougher lines or lines you don't really like, you can kind of correct them. But yeah, be careful depending on how strong the connect lines is. It might also mess up other lines as you saw right here on my fist, right? And then all of a sudden they disappear and it can't figure out pretty much what lines to connect. So yeah, make sure you give the tool some help and try to draw the obvious holes that can be closed with that tool, right? Okay, yeah, those are the tools I'm using basically. Vector eraser is E for eraser, and then we have the vector line connection tool. Ugh. Vector eraser. So you can remember it and you can find it a little bit easier on the stream later on once you, in case you want to go back to that part, right? I'm gonna leave it like that. So just maybe we come across this frame one more time and then you're like, oh yeah, you told us about this and you can remember it a little bit more properly. It's outside of my camera screen, so it doesn't even pop up in the animation, so it doesn't matter, right? I can draw anything outside of my camera. Even, oh no, I'm not gonna draw that. But you guys probably knew what I was about to draw. The thing every child draws. That's right, a bird. I want to draw a bird. So yeah, you got this kind of thing, I guess, where you can put his hands into his pocket. The arms might be a little bit too short here, right? So what we're gonna do is I'm going to press M for the lasso tool, extend my arm right there, connect these lines, try to fix it. Oops, didn't work out too well. Then I'm just going to erase that one. Then I'm going to use the lasso tool again, and then I'm connecting lines to make the arm a little bit longer. Maybe I'm going to change the shape because I don't like it that much. Yeah, I like that one much better. And yes, cool. Cool. So yeah, we continue drawing the thing. So this feed gets foreshortened in perspective, so that's why it's like slowly moving underneath the body right here. Like that. These extra laces that are added to the character. Yeah, inconsistency in line art is not even that much of a troublesome thing, by the way. Like, for example, if you look for good animators that actually use that to their advantage, like animators like Shingo Yamashita or Shinya Ohira for sure. Like, he's a master at that stuff. Kiichiro Watanabe is using that as well. Like there's some that really use that very nicely. I think even what's his name, Akihiro Ota. I'm not sure if it's the correct name, but yeah, he's also pretty good at using that. Um, he utilized that very well with strong keys in one of the recent One Piece episodes, in my opinion. That was very nice stuff. Very strong animator, in my opinion. So many strong animators. Consistency is nice and it's also very helpful to know about it, right? But it shouldn't be all about it all the time, I guess. I'm also a sucker for consistency, so yeah, I'm always looking for every line to work properly. But yeah, I'm trying to get a little bit away from that. At least, definitely my future works, I'm planning to get away from that. So so I can be a little bit more the lazy kind of animator, which is not really lazy. It's just a different approach, I'd say. I mean, you still draw plenty of frames. There's nothing lazy about that. But maybe you can draw even more frames if you have that certain inconsistency in there. And like, if you can save time on drawing individual drawings and don't get lost in those details. Oh, Kazuma and Gwenji, hello. Sorry, I've seen it so late. Cool that you guys came around. Hey Kazuma, if you want to have power, I'm gonna make you a mod, even if you probably barely come around to my streams. But yeah, you're a cool guy, so I give you power, man. You have power now. Uh, oh my god, you forgot your dog at the supermarket. Get that dog back, man. I don't know if One Piece has altered my drawing style, but I've learned a lot for sure. Work on One Piece is kind of fun. Probably depends on what characters you draw, man. I remember when I drew Kaido, I was cursing a little bit because, goddamn, man, he has that tattoo, that over detailed stuff around his, this over detailed, I don't know what that is, belt? Is it a belt or something? With all this stuff there, man. God damn it. And his face is not the usual average anime face, right? Goddamn, drawing Kaido's real pain, tell you that. Don't draw the Kaido. Hey, YouTube the spy. I have a question for you, Yan Yan. Do you spend time planning on what you will animate? How long do you? No, because I barely animate for myself these days. So that's why I don't really plan anything. Like I have ideas for sure, and there's some stuff I really want to animate, but I just didn't get around it, to be honest. Like there's like so much cool stuff that's in my mind, but first of all, it's really hard to get that stuff out and like get it on paper, right? And really utilize your ideas in general. Um, and second of all, I've been just doing so much work for studios that it's not possible for me to kind of even you know spend much time thinking about something like how I do my next personal thing. Unfortunately, but I really plan to take more time for myself soon. So yes, then I will draw boards and thumbnails and proper layouts. Hopefully, it's something I need to practice for sure. There's this one animator. How's he called? Mr. Miyamoto. He's very strong when it comes to actually planning out his layouts and or like his boards. And he also has a Discord server and everything, like where they train with each other. And yeah, you can also get some kind of rank there, and he will kind of you will also get feedback there. There's a lot of Japanese people as well, so I don't know, maybe you can also make some connections. There's also like the server's also open for foreigners, like though, like it's not exclusively Japanese. Um, so yeah, if you want to learn more about drawing proper layouts, planning your stuff, and drawing things in perspective, and getting the right feeling down for your stuff, then I really recommend to check his Discord or like ask him to join his Discord. Um, let me just check his full name. Yeah, Takuji Miyamoto. I'm gonna write it into the live stream. Yeah, Takuji Miyamoto. Oh, there's already people in this live stream. I see on Twitter. So yeah, recommend to get into that. Yeah, you like it's a very dedicated server. So if you want to stay there, you need to be active and do your stuff. Yeah. What I think about Mitsu Izo, he's awesome. Strong animator, super good feeling and idea for weight. Yeah, big inspiration for sure. I I really would like to work with him again at some point. It was fun to do layouts for Orbital Children and a few Genghis. And yeah, I was felt very honored when when Toshiyuki Inoue did second key for my layouts and actually also stick to some of them very closely. Was so cool, so nice from him. He also changed one or two shots, but man, he improved them so much. So I appreciate that change. uh, Apparently, I don't know. You just worked for that thing for like I think for the Orbital Children. How long did work on that stuff? I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks or something. I don't know. That's what I hear. I'm not sure if it's true, but he did like I don't know 4 minutes of animation or three at least, maybe more. I don't know, man. There was something in an interview, but I can't remember exactly. But it was something mind blowing, super fast guy, man. Apparently, also last year he also did like 400 layouts and um 200 Gengars or something. That's so crazy. That's such a massive amount, man. And especially that some of his clubs are not even that simple, right? They have a lot of weight. They actually need super strong drawings too. There's perspective, monsters, everything. And he just pumps out that stuff like it feels like it's nothing. And he's already 60 as well, right? And as far as I know, he's also working on. I think he mentioned in an interview that he was working on Hayao Miyazaki's new Ghibli movie as well. So yeah, I'm very excited to see what they are creating, and I really am excited for that movie. I'm pretty sure that one's gonna be fucking wild. Apparently, they are so slow with their process. Uh, they really take their time on that one. But yeah, Ghibli has a lot of money, so it's no problem. They can do that. And they also still earn extra money through the 3D movies that Gojo is actually directing, which is also pretty cool, I guess, especially for young kids that actually like the 3D stuff. I'm not too much of the. I didn't even watch the 3D Ghibli movie there, but um, I rather stick to the 2D Ghibli stuff. To be honest, I think I'm too much of a fan of it, so I'm a little bit biased, I guess. So it's maybe I'm gonna check it out at some point. This 3D movie. Hey Reichi, nice to see you around, my guy. Oh no, I don't even know Shigeru Miyamoto, but I might look him up now. Oh yeah. There's actually a few interviews online as well. Sense of None. If you're looking like around for what Hayao Miyazaki is doing nowadays, you might get across it, and you will find maybe some clips where they actually visit the studio, but they don't reveal anything from the movie, so everything is blurred out and stuff. But you see Miyazaki on the drawing board again, and talking a little bit to the audience, which is very nice. As far as I know, you also was retired actually, but you came back out of retirement pretty much to work on that thing. It was like, yeah, there's still a lot of things I want to do, so yeah, I am. He mentions all that stuff in that video there, so it's definitely not some inside knowledge. And yeah, if you guys didn't watch it and you like Ghibli stuff, the Ghibli stuff from Mr. Miyazaki, I would recommend to watch the 10 years of Studio Ghibli or something. It's like a documentary about Studio Ghibli where they also like were in the production and have like clips of when they created how's it called again? Legends of Earthsea or something like that. And I think there's also like they also were filming to the time when they created what's the other movie called again? Up on Poppy Hill, I think. I want and I don't know, did they also have some clips about when they were creating the Wind Rises? I'm actually not sure. But yeah, The Wind Rises, awesome, crazy movie, man. Like some of the clips and some of the crowd shots, they still give me nightmares up to this day. But also like are the craziest, one of the coolest things I've ever seen in animation. Just so impressive. Some people just draw like 400 figures for like 3 seconds of animation or some bullshit. No matter how small they are, man. stole so many people. That shit's crazy. I'm not answering any questions towards like questions like the one Tora asked, but just to be fair, like even if I was working on something, I wouldn't tell you guys, or probably not tell you the truth, because that's just so stupid. It would it would basically be some kind of leak, and that leak would spread like a wildfire on the internet. That's why I restrain myself to tell anyone anything about what I'm working on. So yeah, if possible, please don't ask these questions. It's a little bit, uh, it's actually not not good. Don't do that. I'm not in this working in this industry, so I can leak stuff to random strangers online, man. Just to the random strangers I know for maybe I've been knowing for over 3 years, baby. Just kidding. That doesn't really matter. But don't worry, I'm not judging you for it for asking it. I can understand why people would ask it and why people want to believe that some animator, would work on that show. I all I can say is there will be something soon, but I don't tell you anything of what it is or what it will be. But I'm credited on that thing, so you will figure out pretty fast. It's really soon, by the way. Like, whew, hopefully in like there's a lot of trailers or something coming out, so you'll make a lot of wrong guesses. But things fall is around the corner. There might be new announcements soon about certain shows. Though, like, there's probably so much coming, man. Like anime, there's so much anime in creation. It's insane, actually. Just when I go like onto these sites like Anichart or anything, and how much stuff is like ongoing or like airing every season, and then there's like also stuff that is like continuations of already existing things, and then you have shows like One Piece that's been going on for over 20 years. uh Even like shows like Detective Conan that I haven't been watching in ages is already over 1,000 episodes in or something. Right, it's so fucking wild, man. It's hard for me to understand how many creative people like are actually working in this industry and how massive it is. It doesn't make any sense to me, man. And there's so much weird shit created, right? Or so much stuff where like, what? How did this even get found? Or like, how did this even work out? How could they produce that? Funny enough, they will probably even earn money from it because maybe even if it's bad, people are gonna watch it. Especially when it's bad, a lot of people is gonna watch it, so they can meme it, right? Like when you just think about shows like Exam or something, holy shit, there's so many people that I've heard that they were talking about it, and that's basically just giving massive props and shout outs for how bad it is, right? Like or how well, I don't want to say it's bad because I don't want to like shit on the people's work, but yeah, it's not good for sure. Yeah, it's bad actually. God damn it. Uh, but yeah, like I don't know. There's so many YouTubers and they were like, "God damn, man, it's so bad. You guys gotta watch this." Right? I think like aside from people following all the super hyped and super cool crazy stuff, like there's also this genre of which is like or like these people that are actively just looking for all the crappy shit, right? And especially with memes being such a crazy thing nowadays and like probably will always be valuable or like never will lose any value, and people are like soaking it up like the most delicious burger they've ever eaten or something. It's crazy. How can there be so many memes? And where are all these people come from that create these memes? I literally never met a single person that told me, yeah, I'm the creator of that meme. I suppose you will never meet those people because those people also don't leave the house, I guess. But yeah, it's probably plenty of people that are very proud of what they create that and maybe even get profits from it. When I think about that, some of these memes are just NFTs and got sold as them for like for thousands of dollars, hundred thousands of dollars probably. It's too wild, man. It's too wild. I sent my work to the studio as a zip file, and in the zip file, um, there's like the image sequence, the JPEG image sequence. Um, then there's like a preview of the shot I did, which is very optional. It doesn't even have to be in there, but I always put it in there so they know what I've created or animated there, and they can take a closer look without going through all the different files. But yeah, they're going through it anyways because they have to. I got to double check if everything is there, right? Um, then there's like I'm also having the clip file included for I don't know if they some studios even start to correct their stuff within Clip Studio Paint, so that makes it even more simpler for me to uh, do my Gengar, for example, if the corrections are inside the clip file. So that's very convenient, and speeds up the drawing process a lot, which is very cool. And there's also yeah, and there's a timesheet, of course, right? And also needs to be in there. The timesheet in the JPEG sequence is probably the most important thing, and yeah, should be it. timesheet preview, clip file, JPEG sequence of each layer. Yeah, I think the angle for my foot is very off. But I'm too lazy to draw it properly. Hmm. Or maybe I am. No, I'm gonna redraw it. We're gonna make this. I'm gonna do this right. So it's actually slightly angled into this direction, like that. I might draw stick figures, but there's a purpose to the line, regardless, even if it's very rushed. Hmm. Don't think that's it. I think that's a little bit better. I'm just gonna use that. Okay. So let's continue to elaborating some thoughts. So yeah, I've drawn like the kind of flip now, right? So the flip happened. He's about to land. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have his feet right here, and when I drew the feet, and it stays in the same position, that's when I use onion skin actually for cleanup because the foot is not changing too much in terms of drawing, but it stays in the same position. You could as well copy paste it, but since it's moving a little bit, I want to avoid copy pasting it. Bahi JD uses a lot of copy paste for his works in those layouts, and I think even in Skenga. And he's very smart in using certain details to to the extent that it also still feels dynamic in a way, and it doesn't fuck up with the consistency of of some of the part. Yeah, and most of the time it feels very nice to look at his work. Well, the foot is outside of the screen actually, so it doesn't matter if I draw it or not. Well, depends. If I would like start to move the camera, and the camera would actually also like include that part over here, then it might be good to draw it out. When you're doing like Gengar or cleanup for your work, always recommend to just draw it out, even if it's a little bit annoying. Because I mean, the foot afterwards gonna be back in screen as well, so maybe it's good to have it drawn, and the image feels more like finished when everything is there where it should be. Um, yeah, but that's just also just my opinion, by the way. So like when you're actually working on Gengar or something, and body parts or certain details are outside of the screen. Let's say you would draw Kaido, right? Kaido is like very big and muscular, right? So then he has his coat, right, and he has his arm. Then I don't know, it might not be necessary to draw all the scales on his arm on the part where you don't see it, but then like on the parts that are inside the screen, inside the blue box, you want to draw the scales, right? something stuff like that. Pretty much, yeah. It's up to you. I always like to draw out everything because it feels more clean. And if there's changes in camera, the drawing is still complete, right? And they don't have to add stuff or like fix stuff up. The whole purpose of your animation is to help, right? And not to make the life even harder for the people you're working with. So you want to try to keep it as convenient as you can. How do you draw the hair here? His hair got a little bit longer. It's a little bit confusing on this part. I might just take out the lines that are unnecessary. Cool. I mean, frame is gonna be over so fast because it's moving so much. But yeah, we wanna try to keep somewhat good drawings in here. We are just on 29. Oh, hello Tofu. Sorry, my cat is poking me. How do you motivate yourself to keep drawing? Well, what you can do is also, like me, just find a group of friends, stream with them on Discord, and draw together. Another thing you can do is just tell yourself, hey man, fuck video games. They're just toxic and make me super annoyed. And, well, depends on what you play, right? But maybe I want to spend my time with doing something productive instead. Oh, and then just start drawing. Or maybe you just say, well, which is also the best option. Hey man, I'm drawing for myself. I want to get better at drawing and I want to be an animator. And then you put yourself the goal. And yeah, got to do something for that every day. Otherwise, won't work. And then the motivation will probably come by itself if you made up your mind. Give yourself no other option, man. And then you will be motivated to do anything. Like, really anything. Just it sounds stupid, but maybe make your life dependent on it. then you can also become an artist and make money with it, right? You will find ways then. Of course, like if you want to just see drawing as a hobby, or like that's also super fine. There's no need to be like that competitive, or like whatever you want to call it, or like that crazy determined. Because if you're that determined, it can also come with toxicity, right? If you're like competitive or like looking for a challenge, and then you might lose yourself sometimes in a bit in like some kind of negative place where you actually don't want to be. Then you might be a little bit unfair to other people or something, and then you start to, I don't know, say stupid bullshit. That can happen if you're too much into it. So yeah, be a little bit careful if you're like very determined and very driven, because you also gotta respect that other people are not, or like maybe have a completely different mentality or approach onto their work, right? And yeah, you're not in a position to judge anyone for that, because everyone is doing the stuff for themselves. So don't be a dick about it, pretty much. Something I also have to remind myself of from time to time. I'm not always the nicest person, I guess. But yeah, motivating yourself to draw, give yourself a goal, uh, have determination, commitment, and just just fun, man. Probably just fun. Probably the best advice. Enjoy the process. Enjoy the time you invest onto your drawings, and you will definitely get where you want. I mean, all the people who draw a lot basically just draw for themselves. They draw their favorite characters, or like their favorite fictions, or they just like to create characters for themselves. I also like to do that and create like little small worlds or stories, right, that they can tell with their drawings. And yeah, maybe you want to do that. Maybe you have something to tell, or maybe you have some character you find cute or cool or awesome, or maybe you want to tell other people about like stories that happened in your life, but kind of hard to deal with, and it might be inspiring for others if you like draw like your stories around it, because it also shows how you like you know got along with those situations. So like you know um maybe you have some good advice for people that are like in a similar position, and you can actually help them out. It's also a good purpose. I'm pretty sure many people appreciate that stuff. Everyone likes some good life advice, I think. So many reasons you can find, but yeah, you gotta give yourself a reason to draw. Otherwise, motivation will not come. And then you gotta start, man. Starting the drawing. Once you start it, things will slowly become more and more steady, and the more often you do it, the less you question it. And yeah, at some point you just start drawing, and then you just simply enjoy it. You calm down, right, and do things for yourself. So it's a lot of information for this so easy question, I guess. But yeah, I just didn't want to give you like the same answer like everyone else would, and try to go a little bit more into detail. Yes, I'm a fan from Yutaka Nakamura. Uh, Indeed, Discord drawing sessions are very fun. Yes, sketch show is very fun too. Oh yeah, I also saw One Peach streaming that kind of stuff, and he's doing very good. Miyamoto-san really likes him, but he's also doing the practices very frequently. And yeah, he's really taking it to heart. Oh, I think my cat wants some food. I'll be back in 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had to give my cat a little bit of food. Otherwise, she would annoy me the next hour. Oh, I like that hair shape. Just a little bit too much. I'm gonna use that one. I really gotta start doing character sheets and all that stuff, and actually, work out my ideas more properly. I could probably do something more cool. I hope. Never really tried to go that far. I think my goal really should be at least to make a 1 minute MV or like some 1 minute short film at some point. It's really something I want to do. Suppose already looks very weird. But I take it. I don't care. Okay. I'm getting a little bit lazy here, so what I'm drawing is a smear, and I like to draw the smear in red. So later on, when I color this in, I can just, delete the red smear, and then it will be lineless, basically. So that means there will be no color on it. Unfortunately, I've drawn it on the wrong layer, but we're not stupid, right? So we just copy paste it and delete it on the other layer where I've started drawing it. So that means it's still here. And we're gonna continue on the other layer. Okay, as I said, I'm gonna use onion skin on that one. So I can kind of see how the leg is moving. It's not a frame anyways, so it doesn't matter too much. And even if it's in frame, it wouldn't look too bad. I think that's everything I need for the stream, and it's done too. Cool. And delete onion skin again. Really, I don't even need it. gonna use smears again on this layer. Oh, did I miss something? Wait a second. Oh yeah, I don't always zoom in. I zoom in necessarily based on, yeah, when I think it's necessary. Like, uh, yeah, at the moment I don't think it's necessary because it's a pretty good size I can draw on. And if I zoom in all the time, I would get lost in like certain details. And I want to keep the same amount of details. So if I don't zoom in, I can, um, guarantee that a little bit better. I'm gonna play the animation when it's done. Yeah, he's gonna do some kind of very weird flip now. I don't know what I'm playing, but it's a very fun flip and it was very fun to animate. But yeah, it's gonna get fast. Um, do cats come back if you let them out of the house? Yes, but I do give the advice to have the cat live inside your house for like 2 weeks or maybe a month, and make it so it can become comfortable with that place, so it always has a place to return to. And if your cat doesn't return, and it's very bad luck, I'd say, in most cases. But yeah, if you treat your cat nicely and always kind to her and you always give her pets and stuff, she will definitely come back. My cat is a house cat though. She doesn't have anywhere to go. Or like not far. There's a courtyard at my place though, like where she can go down to. But at daytime there's the dog of my neighbor is there mostly, so she doesn't go there too often. My cat always goes out at night, I guess, because then she knows the dog is not gonna come barking at her. Sometimes I take my cat to my parents' house because my parents don't live too far away, and I have like some kind of bag where I can put my cat in, and then I can transport her to there, and then I let her walk around in the garden of my parents. She likes that too. Tofu is a very curious cat, so it works very nicely. And there's a lot of birds in the garden of my parents' house, so my cat has a lot to meow onto, basically. Fuck, I forgot to elaborate my thought process again. Okay, so yeah, he's now using the momentum from the previous flip, right? So basically, when he lands, you can see how like offset the leg a little bit, so it stays a little bit longer in air. And then when he lands, he starts to swing it. So that's where also where I start to add the smear, right? So then he kind of using the momentum he got from the previous flip, and then you know using it for the next one or to transition into the next one. And that's what you call keeping up the momentum, basically. For some moves, that works pretty well, but if you like animating, like for example, fight choreographies, you don't want to have the things always flow all the time or use all the momentum. Of course, it's good to you understand how force is used and how force can be conveyed. Of course, the most martial artists also want to make use of that, right? To maybe even build up more power for their attacks and kicks, or maybe you know make it harder for the enemy to leave any openings. But yeah, it depends, right? For tricking, like which is like basically about combos, right? You want to make the motion flow from one motion into the next one, and then yeah, combo them together pretty much. I've been animating these motions so often that I kind of don't really use video references for them anymore. Like I don't even watch tricking or parkour videos that much anymore. Uh, but yeah, that also leaves a lot of room for creativity and things you try. I am sometimes I'm just animating things. Like most of the times, my moves are like probably not even human possible or something in the way I've animated them. But I have the I mean animation is about giving the illusion of that something actually feels like it's real. I Even though it doesn't necessarily needs to be real. So you can play around with things like gravity and all that thing, and that's what I really enjoy, and where I like really try to animate these moves. I prefer like having the character even float a little bit in midair, because giving him more airtime kind of also feels kind of funny or nice to look at, because it emphasizes the actual trick or like the jump he's doing, and yeah, it's basically a stylistic choice at that point. Um, Not everything has to be completely realistic, right? After all, if that was the case, man, anime would not work as a medium. Because man, what on anime is ever realistic, right? I mean, there's probably some shows that kind of have that realistic feel to it. But yeah, it's definitely not even a handful. For example, shows like maybe movies like Ghost in the Shell or something had that approach, right? God damn, man. Not every show not every anime can be Ghost in the Shell. Yeah, I think Dragon Ball is extremely realistic. That's why they should move with much more weight, right? Come on, buddy. Was making a joke here, by the way. The earlier Dragon Ball days, like in the very old episodes, right? In the original Dragon Ball was actually more about martial arts, and there was actually some planned out choreography and stuff. But now they're like screaming all the time and throwing laser beams and you know transform multiple times over multiple episodes. I'm not saying that I hate that, but it's just that's the difference. So like in the show and kind of what happened with the show. The martial arts aspect itself got kind of lost, right? Like when you think of realistic terms of standards. I mean, martial arts can be still like shooting key beams, I guess. That's fine. I don't mind that. It looks cool. Just annoys me that it takes so long to actually use one of these attacks. Let's think of the spirit bomb that was used against Boo or Frieza. Man, that shit took forever until that thing got thrown. How many arms must have died, bro? Or like how much lost blood must be lost in those arms that have been held up for like multiple episodes? How many frames I leave for in betweens? That depends. Like if I have like a very slow motion going on, and the movement is like the spacing is very consistent for these frames, then I will, let's say, in between I handle those. Like it's mostly for slow motions or something. And yeah, and most of the time then I try to draw all the frames myself, or at least also like the guides. So do my best to get that done right. I like to draw like all the frames pretty much, because then I have more control over it and I can keep things like consistency and all that stuff. Also, you start to understand the motion more in depth when you animate all of it. It's something you won't really learn that much if you just animate in key animation, like pose to pose. That's why I recommend also to use straight ahead. But utilize both techniques because both benefit from each other as well. You will be more efficient with the poses in your straight ahead animation if you've done pose to pose before, right? And you know what kind of key poses to look out for. And if you animate straight ahead, you'll be definitely wait. And if you animate your pose to pose animations, you will be able to think about, hey, you where do I need to put what frame so it can be in between correctly? You will be able to think about the in betweens more carefully if you animated them yourselves before, right? That's why it's also good to do straight ahead animation because then you're also responsible for the in betweens, right? So it's definitely knowledge that's beneficial for both methods. And that's why people should not say, no, I'm just animating pose to pose. And the other one's saying, no, I'm just animating straight ahead. They should utilize both, my opinion, if they really want to become a better animator. Because as I said, like that's just beneficial. Also, you'll be become much more efficient and faster if you like constantly draw a lot, right? And yeah, then I don't know, maybe you'll figure some a lot of new stuff out. Okay, I'm running around in circles with the things I just wanted to try to say. So yeah, there's actually no point in the last two sentences, I think. I apologize. I lost track of what I wanted to say. Now I want to get the arms closer to the body again. Thank you, Guanji. I appreciate the nice strokes. Oh, it's Yoshi. Hello, Yen Yen. Yoshi, god damn it. My brain. Just shut up. How are you doing, Yoshi? I haven't seen you in a while. I haven't talked to you in a while. Oh wow, it's the second time someone asking me about Mitsuo Izo in the same stream. Yeah, Mitsuo Izo is great, and his approach on full limited animation is also great, and I really like that one. Um, the full limited approach is not even him animating all the keyframes, but he's giving, well, he kind of is animating all the keyframes, but he has like full control over the motion by drawing out the in-betweens very carefully and very detailed, so that even the in-betweens have most of the information that the keyframes themselves. So that's why the full limited approach it's also pretty hard to mess up on the consistency, right? He's using the triangles a lot, these ones, for the in-between guides. He's also using in-between shots though, like so. He's not completely animating full limited on everything, but he's definitely drawing tons of frames for sure. Like it's really crazy. It's also nice how he was capable to establish himself with that, and how it actually worked out for him. You could say Mitsuo Izo and Toshiyuki Inoue both kind of came up with the full limited approach. Because Toshiyuki Inoue also like already has been using that kind of method on Akira. I think Akira Hiroyuki Akira also has been animating most of his frames already in the earlier shows that he's been working on, right? And he also has been working on Akira back then. So yeah, full limited is not just Mitsuo Izo's method, right? It's something that some animators came up with. Multiple animators kind of came up with, or like multiple great animators can utilize. Full limited is kind of straight ahead, pretty much. This boot feels so massive, but I like the shape. I'm just gonna keep it. Wait, I'm still. Actually, I have a little bit of music playing in the background. I'm surprised it's still the same playlist I'm listening to. gonna be the most epic flip. What's the standard software for creating anime speedlines? Wait, you mean those? Those? Mean those? Damn, bro. One click. That's all I needed. Uh, it's actually when you press on U on the hotkey U, basically, you get to the to this direct drawing task, and then if you go to action lines and Clip European, you will find the speed lines just for the people who are interested, right? And there's like different variations as well. Yo, impact frame, pretty easily drawn. That's my impact frame. Right. So yeah, there's a lot of cool things that you can use. Oh shit, it's actually a very good tool. This one, for example, could be nice for effects, right? Or like these shock waves. And then you can like play around with the brush size, with the gap of the line, with the length and stuff. For example, now they're pretty long, now they're very short, right? Like particles. And there's also like even moves a little bit with the way you put it on. Well, anyways, there's no real standard software. I think some softwares have these kind of tools, and some have like certain brushes, like in Photoshop, for example. For example, I think there are probably brushes for that kind of stuff. Um, in Clip Studio Paint, I just showed you, you can also download materials in Clip Studio Paint. So there's maybe even more these kind of tools and brushes online that you can find, right? Uh, yeah. I do not speak Japanese, by the way. Just answering this other question. What animes have I worked on? A lot of things, a lot of things. But I think most recent is probably One Piece. I worked on Tucked Up Destiny, two Vagrant Order movies last year. Vagrant Order, the Camelot movie part 2, and the Solomon arc, the movie. I worked on, if you want to call Witcher Nightmare of the Wolf an anime, which basically is an anime. It's just American produced and Korean drawn in Korea, pretty much. Or like maybe it's also produced from Studio Mir. But yeah, you could call that an anime. It's another movie. And I worked at did I say that already? Tucked Up Destiny. Uh, I don't know. Sword Art Online. One Punch Man season 2. Um, what else? Yeah, I know, and some more stuff. I think can't remember all of it. Oh, animated speedlines. Well, animated speedlines is basically you just use that tool a couple of times over multiple frames, and then it's animated speedlines. Right? You just use that tool more often because every time you use that tool, there's also some kind of randomness to it. So it also changes a little bit. Oh yeah. Yes, I know you're working, but do you think it's worth to gain the skill just to work in anime in terms of pay, or do animators need other ways to make money too? So that depends. I think you don't necessarily need the craziest animation skill to work in anime, but what you need is some kind of at least drawing foundation, I say. I think that's even more important than the actual animation skill. And then being capable of, at least doing like the basic key poses,
keep posing techniques and stuff, right? Um, I mean, there's a lot of people who are not like that technically into animation, but I don't think that their work sucks or anything. Like they have a lot of other advantages that I don't have pretty much, or like experiences that I still lack in. So yeah, um, s- I think the technical knowledge is very beneficial because the stronger your technical knowledge is, the more you're capable of animating, right? You can animate anything from like very cool character acting to very strong action. And the higher your, let's say, your skill level or your knowledge drives, and the more realistic and the believable your feeling of your animation will be. And I think that's also something magical to it. At least that's, I think, a lot of people really want to see, or like a lot of people are looking for, and they will determine the quality of their show that they're watching basically also based on that, even if they have little to no knowledge on that kind of matter or subject, right? So yeah, technical animation is definitely helpful, but so is the drawing part. It's kind of tough to find the right balance at first. But with a lot of time and practice, you'll definitely find out a solution. I think the technical part is real, like having like technical knowledge and drawing knowledge, like having both of it, and like or like really strong technical animation knowledge as well, like with motion and being capable of drawing many frames and you really, committing a lot, right? That is what brings you the furthest and what most studios are probably looking out for. I mean, why would you not hire someone that kind of ups the quality of the show, right? That that you're producing. I mean, after all, that's all what they want. Or like most studios. And if you're a good animator, I mean, yeah, then you're a good animator, I think. Becoming a good animator is another story, I guess. It's hard, dude. How to become a good animator, huh? That's a really good. That's a question I think everyone asked himself. Well, I can't give you an answer because I'm not a good animator. Okay. I guess then you probably don't have to watch my stream as well because just making a joke, right? Making a joke. But yeah, I don't see myself as a good animator because I know that there's so much to learn. So I don't want to be cocky about it. Also, there's no point in doing that. Anyways, good is also just subjective. I didn't watch Vampire in the Garden. Uh, it didn't interest me actually. I like the design style from how's it called? Nishio, I think. His character designs are awesome and his drawings are great. Also an amazing animator. Wait, who calls me Darth Vader? I don't have a Discord server. I'm breathing into the mic. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. The mic was probably right in front of my mouth. Oh my god. I apologize. There's no Discord server. Sorry. All you get is my live streams. That's all I can give, and that's all I'm willing to give. I don't. The problem with Discord servers is I don't feel comfortable with them over time. And even if it was works for like a period of time, I always end up having troubles with keeping the community together, or like just leading a community, because it's so much work, man. It's just so much work, and it puts so much extra pressure on me. And I'm someone who is easily swayed also by other people's opinions. At least I'm trying to be open for other people's opinions and stuff. And I don't want anyone to have a bad time. And if you the larger your following grows, the more like the higher the chance there's going to be someone who will just simply not value your stuff, or maybe just not like it as much, right? Or maybe has a different worldview, which is all okay. But you know that every little negative thing kind of nags on me all the time, and I always have troubles to let go of things like that. And I also get like too much of. I will just become a control freak on the servers that I create, right? And I'm so strict as well that I feel like I might it might become hurtful. It might even become hurtful over time, and yeah, like it's just hard for me to handle service because when I do something like that, I'm so invested that I spend so much time and energy on it too, and it most of the time I have the feeling it backfires, or maybe I'll lose myself on it, and then I do. Maybe I'm also doing things that like might be seen as not good. And maybe I'm just too afraid of making a mistake in these cases, right? Or like just making a mistake, then or maybe I'm just too afraid of negative criticism, even though I shouldn't be, right? It's just part of it. The thing is just that, yeah, like there's a lot of communities out there. There's a lot of courses out there. Like even people like modern day James, create animation courses, especially very basic courses that you can get into. And they're also pretty good, by the way. He's kind of learning animation himself and he's improving very fast. Uh, and since he already brings the drawing foundation as well, there's plenty to learn from this guy. Did I do it right? I think I messed up the direction of the flip. I did. What did I draw, man? God damn it. Oh, I think the flip doesn't work. Or maybe it does. My God, what did I draw here? Holy shit. The funny thing is, even if it looks off or something, the flip itself is gonna flow and it's gonna work out. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what I've done here, man. How can I possibly fix that? Did I just interpret it wrongly? Yes, I did. Yeah, I just messed up pretty much. I guess I gotta redraw this one. Goodbye, frame. Fucking hell, man. Oh shit. That's real pain. Complete drawing lost. Anyways, okay, so basically he turns inwards, not outwards, and I messed up the momentum of the flip. So that's why I have to redraw it because I interpreted my very detailed sketch a little bit wrongly, right? It's very detailed, as you can see. My amazing stick figure. Okay, I fix it. I'm gonna fix it. Cool. How did this happen, right? Very unfortunate. Drawbacks. Well, it's not really the draw because of the straight ahead. It's mostly because uh, yeah, the sketch itself wasn't really proper, properly drawn, which made it a little bit hard to interpret which way he's facing right now. And rotations and like in general like rotations, flips and stuff can be kind of complicated and pretty tough on your brain to figure out. Sometimes I always get lost sometimes in those flips, and then they look very unrealistic all of a sudden. And they're gonna try to find a solution, then that massive mess up.
I'm gonna turn this it over here so I can get the leg positioning correctly, at least. Or in a way that kind of works at least. I almost fucked up the animation with an impossible flip. Like even impossible for the impossible, man. Wait, when it's 2 times impossible, doesn't that mean it's possible? Defy gravity. Okay, I don't even care about drawing the feet properly because, yeah, it's not inside the screen, so inside the camera. So I don't give a shit. This frame is gonna look cooler anyways. So yeah, all worth it. Okay, he's gonna get his arm in over here on that part. How close does you got it in? Yeah, I'm not following the stretched out arms because it's not gonna look too good. I know. The thing is when people would do like these kind of tricks, do that kind of rotation movement, and they want to like get in a good spin. They mostly, you know, kind of. Wait a second. Let's say they're like making like a rotational spin like this. Then they mostly, bring in their arms to their body like that. And then I kind of spin around and like in that direction maybe, or in the other way around, right? But they, the the thing from the story I'm telling here, basically, they get in the arms, they put them in. Like first, they build up some momentum by having the arms very, very stretched out, right? Before they jump, and then they go into the second step right here, and they get them in pretty much. Because if you have the arms stretched out, there's also more um, wind, pressing against it, or I guess. And when you like get in the arms while you're in that rotation on stuff, then you can kind of speed up the rotation. You're just conveying the momentum properly. I don't know. I can't explain it properly. I'm sorry, but yeah, there's some science to it, I guess. So yeah, science. Awesome. is no bad animation because there's a bad drawing, right? Please screenshot this drawing if you want to show someone what's bad animation is, right? Just the one particular drawing. Some stuff is so ridiculous on the internet. I'm like, God damn it. How can you believe that's bad animation just because you screenshot a single frame? I think I really gotta redraw that flip because it's breaking my brain right now how the rotation is working, is supposed to work. I'm not spending too much time on these hairs anymore. Slowly starting to lose patience. Oh no. That's most of the time when I then stand up and then maybe take a little break, refresh myself a little bit and get some water stuff. Maybe we should make a broader break. Oh, we've been streaming for 2 hours. Cool. Yeah, actually, like actually calls for a water break. Yoshi has a good point, by the way. Most big servers are not even that helpful or good because there's no individuality for you except if you stay there for a longer period of time and actually find people you feel comfortable with. But if you want to like learn kind of faster or like in a more fun way, it's probably better to have like more closed servers with maybe, I don't know, let's say depends what's small for you, is small server for you, but maybe like 10 or 20 people. It's already plenty, right? And then you just hang out with them and draw frequently with them online on things like Drawpal or something. Or maybe just communicate with them about drawing. You don't even need to necessarily draw with them, but exchange your drawing. And if you both, kind of like the stuff the other person does, you will also support each other, right? And even if you don't like what the other person does, if you just think it's a great person, you will probably support him anyways. And then, yeah, spreading some positivity, learning from each other. It's a good thing to do. So, yeah, very good advice from Joshi. Big server's not always good because big servers very unpersonal. You just get treated as one out of many. That's my opinion. Actually, that actually not even that helpful. Don't get me wrong, I like big artubers, and I think many big artubers really try to, do something for their community. Yeah, you kind of get a little bit lost there, and you have also made too much exposure towards people that I don't know might not even be beneficial uh, influences on you. There's just so many inputs. And Maybe if you're unlucky, you just have a dickhead that just wants to criticize you because you think he's something better. And then you're like, okay, man, thank you for telling me I'm shit. Now I'm not motivated to draw anymore. Right? What's the point in that? Some people have really massive egos over like very things that have no point. I like to say no point, by the way, as you can guys guess. Saying that multiple times now. Maybe I'm just looking for a point, huh? What a nice joke. Okay. I think if I bring in like more inwards, this could actually work out. Yes, actually could. Holy shit. That's crazy. Nice, I figured out a new flop. That one's new actually. I've seen that on some other guy who's done some similar, on like some tricking guy who's just done that kind of move like a long while ago. Seen it, and now I actually get into the direction of animating something like that. That's cool. First time I try this move, and it seems like I'm figuring it out. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Street Fighter as well. You know, there's this spinning kick where he's like spinning around. Wait a second, like that. You know, and then in the next frame he's like that. And then it's a fourth, and he keeps on spinning direction probably. I think Rio is the character who does that kick, but I don't know the name of the move. My music just ended. Okay, we're gonna draw this frame, then we're gonna take a quick 2-minute water break. I'm looking for some new music playlists I can listen to, and then we continue into phase two. I don't know how long you guys can stay, but I'm here, I guess. I'm gonna fix the shape of this clove here. One long line, that should be enough.
Just 11 more frames to go. Actually, we already we could be getting to coloring by the end of the stream, maybe. Would be nice. Now, maybe not coloring, but maybe shading. We can do shading. I can maybe explain something to shading. We could also start with shading right now. People don't have to wait all the end towards the stream until I start talking about. It might be already too late. Maybe that's should be something for another stream. Yeah, shading is not even that complicated. All you need to figure out is where your light source is, or like what kind of atmosphere your shot is supposed to have. And yeah, you start to shade and try to find the logical idea of how the light falls. Right? Um, yeah. For an example, let's say you put a light bulb right over your character, right? The light bulb, right? And the light bulb, the direction of the light would kind of go this way, right? So that means all of this part would be shaded because that's like behind the light bulb. But if you say the light bulb was a little bit more into space, right? A little bit more into that direction. So let's say the light bulb would be here, right? A bit further away. And the light actually would travel towards the character. And then you would have like some kind of sense of space, right? So then the shading would kind of not be on the bottom part anymore, but it would like be kind of almost right behind them. So you would also see that there's actually light coming through from the other side as well. But the whole back then is completely is almost dark, right? And yeah, if you like can think that far, then you can kind of figure out how light works. And then you just got to follow the shapes that you draw. It might be a little bit hard at first, but it's actually very enjoyable and fun to do. So that's why I think, yeah, I recommend it. Yes, I tried using TV Paint, but it wasn't my thing. So I stick with Clip Studio Paint. I'm not using the keyboard's arrow keys, but I'm using point and comma. I'm used to that because Macromedia Flash also use point and comma, and I assigned the shortcuts to it. Well, if I would be using TV Paint, I would probably customize it on TV Paint as well. Yes, I would tell an aspiring animator it's more important to draw the stick figure than actually draw a realistic figure with shading. The thing is, it depends on how far you want to be an animator, right? You can be a good animator, but you don't necessarily need to animate like super detailed, shaded, humanly characters. You can also draw, you know, cartoon figures, right? And for cartoon figures, you don't need the most crazy anatomy knowledge, but just understand how like simple construction works and how forms work, like cylinders, spheres, boxes, and stuff like that. And yeah, if that's your whole goal, then it's completely fine to focus on that part. Um, I do recommend to try everything though, like at least try to draw some shaded figures once in a while, or maybe also go into studying the human figure itself so you understand more about where like multiple um, how a rib cage work and how it behaves, how like shading and contour kind of create the form and the feeling for depth for the figure, um, and how like shaded figure drawing also implies that you're learning about lighting. So getting an idea about lighting itself is also super beneficial, I would say. I personally haven't done that often though. Like drawing a realistic human figure is something that's definitely on my to-do list, and I should be practicing in the future for maybe reasons I don't understand yet, but maybe reasons when I maybe want to try something new and learn like about anatomy more in depth. Then I think that's a very very good thing to do. And yeah, I think it's very important to at least get an idea about anatomy of the skull, of the rib cage, pelvis, the hip bones, yeah, the shoulders, everything, right? And it's very good to have some anatomy knowledge because then you can also, you know, first, before you want to break the rules, it's also very good to learn about the rules, right? Because if you learn about the rules, you know how far you can break them, right? So yeah, that's my take on that. I use a Cintiq 22 HD. It's been like 4 years old or something now, and yeah, it's been great since then. Recently, I also put down a new how's it called, a security surface thing. So my pen doesn't scratch the surface of my tablet, so there's something like in between. I Yeah, Cintiq is very nice. It's very big. I think it would be also fine if you just had like, where's my navigator? Oh, hello there. Navigator's awesome. Boink. Oh, I'm just gonna hide the leg completely here at this point. I need some implications there somewhere over here is the foot. So I can guide the viewer use A still. The shoes look so hard to draw. Yeah, I don't know. It's not even like there's not even a proper design for it. I changed them up a little bit by little, but I kind of think about like this kind of shape, like I drawing a W, right? But just very flat, right? Uh, then I draw another W pretty much, right? Then I have like the bottom of the shoe, and I have like, how do I call it? Um, Wait a second, my driver died. Okay, should be fixed now. Yeah, then I draw like some kind of C, like a very edgy one, and then I bring it up over here,
And I have like the kind of laces part, and I have another laces over here. Oh yeah, here I'm giving a little bit more extra surface pretty much. And I'm drawing like this line over here, getting this one. I could add this one. I could have another one right here. And then I have these extra things that wrap around the shoe just to make it look cooler and the shape a little bit more interesting. And yeah, that's the shoe. Pretty much. That's how I draw it. It's a little bit weird because you have to draw the shoe also in perspective, and then it also changes the angles all the time, and then it's not always correct, right? A lot of times just me just rushing and trying to at least make it look somewhat believable. But if like the angle is like very hard and you see it from top view or something, this could become actually kind of troublesome to draw. See, because then you have to think in forms more rather than actual like individual lines and shapes. And then over here there's like a second layer that's like wrapping around, kind of. Kind of like this, I guess. And then over here you have like it's not perfect, right? But I think it gets the idea and goes in a somewhat decent direction. Yeah, I'm trying to draw more complicated shoes in general. Again, and generally like trying to. I want to get more into drawing shoes, anyways, because I think that's one of the toughest things to learn somehow. Shoes are actually ridiculously hard to draw. Like, also figuring out how to draw them properly. Wait a second, I want to take a water break. My favorite anime. It doesn't really exist, but I got like many animes that are like, I guess. I'm mostly a fan of old movies or like movies in general. I like movies. My favorite anime is The Boys. Just kidding. I need water. Where did my cat go? Ah, there she is. My cat's taking break. Basically, we got some kind of carpet in the bathroom. She's always sleeping on it. When I taught drawing feet, I always preach triangles to get shapes. Yeah, it's definitely a very good advice. Triangles are super helpful to draw feet. And man, I still can draw them. I'm taking a little break right here. I need a little bit of a drink, a little bit of water. Well, it's not water. I got apple juice, but apple juice is also good. Some extra sugar. Are the cuts that get used in ops, endings, and flashback count as a bank cut? Get paid as everything. Well, I think wait, they actually used some bank cut, for example, recently in the One Piece episode 1026, and they were actually the cuts from the opening. Is that what you're asking? So I don't know if they get paid for it again, but I don't think so. I could not imagine. For example, when I worked on episode 1015, and I know that they've been reusing some of my cuts in the episode, but I didn't get paid extra for it. Like they used it like as some kind of flashback to remember that moment. We're trying to improve using. We're trying to improve using digital on an iPad to be good. What? Well, it doesn't matter what you draw on. You can improve with anything. You could even improve if you would draw on a 3DS. I know that's a little bit funny, but in a sense, you would learn something from it valuable for drawing in itself when you start drawing a 3DS. Oh yeah, that's also good advice, Ness. Like with the not caring really. The trick to sometimes to like just getting along with what you do or like just getting things done in time is to basically not care. Because you get so occup- occupied, fuck, occupied. Sad. I don't know how to translate that word. Like, but you're like getting so lost in these thoughts about, oh my god, I got to draw all these details now, and then there's this massive mountain, kind of you have to climb, and the procrastination is building up like crazy when you have shots that feel like not drawable, right? Not like not doable. That's like this feeling is so terrible. Or you just know, oh my god, man, I gotta draw still 40 frames for this cut. How am I supposed to do that in time, right? And then they have all these extra details, and you're like getting all lost and completely sad about what is about to happen. God damn it. I'm into animators that I have to animate crowds.
sometimes you just gotta rush it. It's just how it is. That's why I'm using using smears right here. That's why simplification is also so important and being capable of simplify efficiently. But man, dude, one thing is for clear for sure. Close up of lowlies and stuff, there's no simplification anymore, man. These characters have so much detail. It's crazy. When it's all colored in, you don't even notice that shit anymore. So scary. All these Moe shows, man. I'm not a fan of Moe, but goddamn, that work that goes into those shows is truly crazy how passionate those people are, man. It's insane. God damn it. I drew the wrong layer again. But it's okay. Oh my god, dude. 30 lollies in a classroom. Yeah, but I mean, on that part you can at least simplify, but goddamn, did you ever see lolly close-ups? Holy shit, those Gengars look unreal and they are so beautifully, cleanly drawn, man. As I said, like, I'm not a fan of lollies, not at all. But goddamn, I have mad respect for that shit. It's just insane. It's the same with furries. Like I'm also not a fan of furries, but I have all the respect for the people who draw that, and they are drawing it with so much passion and so much detail. Truly crazy. So yeah, I'm not discriminating it at all. It's just not my taste, I guess. Not just the details themselves, that's also impressive on those things actually. So for picking up on the topic, but it's also like the crazy accuracy of each individual line, like that makes it so impressive actually. That like super consciousness about like forms, shapes, and utilizing them so perfectly or like so well and absolutely ridiculous. Some people, like some animators, they can pull that off. Japanese people are a different breed. Actually, crazy to think how many good animators also exist over there. I mean, there's also good ones in America and definitely also in France and stuff, right? It's like plenty of them. Suppose, but those had like in from Japan had like massive impact on also on them, like on these people. That's just what I assume, I guess. Yeah, feet got a little bit. Well, it depends if it's easier to go crazy with that stuff. It really depends, man. I mean, let's say you're not the master of a loli, but you're the master of a human body, right? Like you're the master of drawing human forms. You're pretty good at animation too. There may be even a more uh, realistic kind of design, let's say like Superman or Batman, right?
That's not completely realistic, right? But some were more realistic in terms of, head shape, for example. Then maybe that stuff might be easier for you, right? Saying, like, because you got to draw lolly doesn't mean, like, I mean, I've been working on Arts Lane, not my proudest work, but I've been drawing lollies actually, and goddamn, it's hard. I can tell you from experience, even if I'm not proud of it, right? But I've worked on that thing. I messed up my work, of course. 'Cause goddamn, I know that shit was just a massive shithole. What happened there? I messed up so hard, dude. Oof. Well, yeah, it was one of my first jobs, I guess. And I'm lucky that I'm happy that I actually got to do Gengar too for that thing. And my Gengar at least turned out quite fine. Just the second episode I was supposed to work out, that one didn't work out that fine. I was don't want to remember that. Good thing it's already 2 years. It's been 2 years. I have changed. I have learned.
the industry.
Working for someone is definitely not the same as working for yourself. You have so many more rules, constraints, things you need to figure out. It's not easy at all, and I mean it's a great experience, and you'll learn a lot, man. But the first jobs will feel very unnatural, kind of also very stressful, I suppose. I mean, if it's a show you really want to work for, then sure you will probably be okay. Uh, but most of the time could be a little bit tough for the first jobs if you lack like motivation and rather enjoy creating for yourself. Creating for yourself has like no constraints, right? You have the curse and the blessing of doing what you want, however you want, the way you want. But I can also, since there's no need to learn anything, there's like not the must of fact, to learn or something, and everything is optional, right? But if you were like working for the industry, you have to learn certain things. Otherwise, you cannot sustain yourself in that industry. You gotta know at least some of the basics that they want to teach you there, right? And that's the difference. But yeah, there's also people who just work for themselves and they improve so much, or like they're so fucking good. But it also because they have kind of higher expectations towards themselves, and they maybe inform themselves about the industry. So, for example, for me, the reason why I like to work so much in the industry is first of all, yeah, I gotta pay rent, right? So I gotta do it to sustain myself, right? So I gotta earn some money somehow. But the second thing is I want to learn as much as I can from in the industry, and also get in touch with some industry veterans and learn from them. And then I want to use that knowledge for myself, kind of. I want to use the industry for myself pretty much. And the most reason is like the reason why I work for this industry mostly is just because I want to get better so I can get my ideas out in more different ways with different approaches, and also learn from different animators and their ideas, and maybe kind of reinvent them maybe for myself, and so I can create some cool stuff at some point. Yeah, I basically use the industry for me, for myself pretty much. I don't want to be better than someone else, but I want to be the best myself, right? That's why I want to get better. I don't care what you all do, man. Like, I mean, of course I care because it gives me inspiration, and I love to see people improving, getting better, having fun, and also kind of confirming that animation can be fun, or like so versatile and flexible through all these different minds, right? So sure, I care, but like I'm not caring if someone is good or not, like because that's, as already previously mentioned, good is very subjective, right? What's good, what's not good. Some people think it's good if all people die from corona, right? But for example, I think it's not good because mm, I don't want people to die because of me because I caught corona. That's why I'm wearing a mask, and then that's why I'm getting vaccinated, right? It's like these kind of things. Smiley face. You guys see it? Smiley face on his back. Also, I can draw some cloth or clove. For me, good is something that is beneficial for all parties without, sacrificing something for it. For example, I think science is good, right? Like in most parts. Everyone, so for example, profiting from electricity or the internet, or maybe not from the internet when you think about how many people are like getting addicted to memes and how like some misinformation spread like wildfire and other people like starting to create cults more easily by communicating online and you know meeting up or I don't know, praying to Satan, right? Yeah, that's not so good. But in a sense, I think the internet did have a lot of beneficial factors for kind of all of us, right? Spreads awareness about all kinds of things. I think water is good, right? Everyone profits from water. There's basically no disadvantage to drinking water. Yeah, I don't know. We couldn't go into this is like a little bit philosophical, maybe, or like maybe too weird to talk about. Just me and my thoughts, right? Word good is a funny word. My pen is the normal Wacom pen. There's no change to my pen, and it costs as much as the Wacom costs because it comes with the Wacom. If you want a certain pen or something for your iPad, the Apple pen, that one costs actually extra, man, and it's really expensive. It's fun to draw on iPad, I think, but yeah, you gotta have money. You can get a Wacom for like a good Wacom for like already I don't know 200 euros or something, and you get an Intuos Pro. But if you wanna like my opinion, the best price to quality ratio is the Wacom Cintiq 16. That's the one I recommend the most because it's not so it is expensive, but it's like not
super crazy expensive. Like it's actually I think pretty good in terms of quality and the price. Like Cintiq 22 HD or something. My God, that shit's really expensive. It's you should buy that if you like just really want a massive tablet and you really think you deserve that thing and you earned it. I just went ahead and spent my money for that stuff because I was like, God damn, I'm tired of this Intuos Pro, man. I want to have a tablet with a screen. So I went ahead and bought it. Sometimes I regret the decisions, other days I don't. But I guess since it worked out so well all this time, I don't really regret it that much. Yeah, whatever tablet you get, man, you'll probably be okay. Just gotta draw that stuff often enough and you will get used to it. Okay, I think we got over 30 seconds. Maybe I'm just gonna draw one or two more frames. I think those be the last two. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna draw two more frames and that's gonna be it. And I'm gonna start shading that thing. Because then I have like enough time spent on it. I had 42 frames, that's quite a lot. I'm gonna play it for you guys once or twice. So yeah, don't blink. That's what we got. It's very bouncy. Yeah, he's moving a lot, right? So he's changing a lot in space and stuff. Hopefully, I kept him somewhat in the same size, but he's moving so much and so quickly. It's probably gonna be hard to tell if he's actually deformed or not. Yep. But that's about the animation. Mostly, I'm just gonna draw the last few frames. Helicopter. Helicopter flip. Yeah. After that, right, we're gonna go into shading. Let's see how fast we're gonna get through the shading. Shading shouldn't take too long. But I'm saying that right now, but I can't promise that it's actually the case. I think we're just gonna use very simple shading, mostly, right? And it's gonna be fine. Oh, that's a cool way to describe it. JODBD. Internet is a tool and science is a tool grid to observe and drive conclusions without failing into a belief system. Without falling into a belief system.
Tools aren't good or bad. It just depends on the way you use them. That's correct. I agree a lot to that. You want a PC tablet? Buy a two-in-one laptop. You can buy Samsung Galaxy Book Pro. It uses the same technology as Wacom. Two-in-one laptop is a new meta. Oh, hey, Loic. By the way, I didn't see you there. Helicopter. Helicopter. Yeah, I'm gonna post helicopter emote when I post this animation, man. For sure now. You guys named it. You guys named it. Ugh. Thank you very much. But yeah, who doesn't like helicopters, right? Helicopter, helicopter. It reminds me of some kind of meme. I can't put my hands on it, what it was. I remember that there was something in my brain was clicking. And I'm thinking, should I continue work or will I play video games later tonight? Finally got some time to actually play a little bit. Or at least, I don't know if I have the time, but I'm doing it. I'm doing it for real. Remember the shape, Chris, of the boots. I think that works. I think today I really try to really react more to the chat. I'm sorry that I'm so bad at that stuff. I always get lost in animating the thing. And then it's hard for me to also, give proper feedback to what you guys write. Or like just reacting to it. But I'm trying to answer all the questions, as you can notice today, or at least also try to somewhat talk about the things asking. Yeah, I know this feeling about you loving animation. Oh man, the Kobe death is definitely not fun helicopter meme. That shouldn't be even called a meme, bro. Rest in peace, the legend. I've been actually looking up. I mean, I've never been so much into basketball since recently. Like, I sometimes go outside recently and then just go throw some basketballs, I guess. Now, I always try to throw 3 pointers. Sometimes I hit, not often, but sometimes I do. And yeah, then I also started to, look up more about basketball and how the sport actually works. And yeah, man, I just noticed how fucking hard it is to get good at that sport in itself. And I also looked up the games from Kobe and people like, oh, not just the games, but also like games and highlights from Kobe and how's it called, Curry, Steph Curry, right, and stuff like that. I mean, goddamn, how can those guys throw so crazy 3 pointers sometimes, and or like how they can they like just throw so many at all and all these dunks and stuff. And I'm like, God damn it. I wish I would be 10 centimeters bigger, man. And I could actually dunk too. Like I can actually reach the basket. Is that what it's called? Right? But goddamn, I can't dunk. I can't jump high enough for that. Like there's like at least 10 or 20 centimeters missing. That shit's hard, man. Like how and they make it look so easy. It's crazy. Fucking legends, tell ya. That's a weird pose. I don't give a shit. I'm using it. Just the last one needs to be good. But basketball is a fucking awesome sport, man. Like in general, I also like baseball, and I think also like football is fucking awesome. Like in terms of how tactical some of that stuff is, and how how tough it is to actually just be good at those at a certain sport in general is absolutely mind blowing, man. What's needed, what it takes. Crazy how people can dedicate their whole life to that certain sport. We have been playing handball, but goddamn, never on such a level. That's fucking crazy. It's also so fun to look at because man, they have some crazy athletic motion as well. It's so fun to look at. Yeah, I don't think I can get this frame rate. I just keep it like that. Fuck that shit. Oops, I said fuck. God damn it. My stream is gonna get banned. Good thing it's not monetized, so nobody gives a shit. Bro, parkour is fucking dangerous. Especially if you start to become good at it, right? When you start becoming good at parkour, you're doing all these risky moves, man. And if you just mess up this one move, say goodbye to your life. You just gotta fall weirdly once, bro. Just not catch your momentum when you, I don't know, fall for 4 meters or something, and then goodbye to your bones. I think I know what's the actual problem. It's the orientation of the fist, which way it's facing. I just make it a little bigger. Voila, it's fixed. Okay, over here I need to be a little bit more focused because he's not moving that much anymore. And he's like slightly rotating. So what I'm trying to do, you can see how this distance between this and this line is like kind of small, right? And we're gonna zoom in a little bit, right? This distance, we're gonna figure out this distance right here, right? And now it's like increasing because it's rotating around, right? So we want to keep that in mind while we flip back and forth. This is like still having a slow kind of rotation. Also, like the legs extending and increasing, but since it's going down, okay, we can actually stretch the fold right here. So we're gonna stretch this line right here. So this from this line, it's gonna become this line, so it's stretching out, right? And then we're gonna basically follow each individual curve pretty much and try to animate that one individually. And that way we can also guarantee some consistency to it. Even though maybe it might not be consistency, but it will feel consistent because like the A's will still follow the same shapes or same patterns of the shapes. Right? Over here we bring it a little bit in to emphasize that part. Because if we would start, start scribbling around or bring weird shapes in there or something, that could like be distractive for like if we don't define out like the like the contour properly, it might feel a little bit weird then, right? But that way it feels consistent. Gonna redraw this part a little bit. This Now this part here from the laces or whatever it is, first of all, I drew it way too big, so I'm gonna reduce its size. Now it's gonna move a little bit more upwards. This part is moving upwards like this because the shoe is falling, but since it's kind of light, it's going moving upwards. Then yeah, I have no real good explanation for that, but it's kind of a logical thing, I feel like. And yeah, having some logic while you put down the lines is very helpful. Yeah, gonna try. Yeah, I mean, doesn't matter if I have the shape perfectly fine or not, because most of it is outside of the screen. We're just gonna try to connect the lines here, and then it's done for. Cool. Boot is landing. Right. Okay. And yeah, over here we can see. We're cheating now. I'm gonna totally show you guys the sheet. Let's see. Slightly rotated. If we can find like a position. Let's see if we can, for example, use this part of the boots again. And if we did, flip it horizontally. Oh shit. And vertically. Oh yeah, that should
could work out pretty well. Cool. I saved myself a bunch of time by just reusing that one, and nobody's gonna notice because otherwise you would have to go back in the frame and you have to like kind of be able to notice that part of the detail on the on the shoes for a split second to to re-understand that already has been used or has been drawn already. So yeah, just a little cheat here. I mean, if you draw like the shoe basically in all kinds of uh, forms, if you're like in all kinds of direction already, at some point you can just copy paste it and then reuse it. And yeah, as I said, like audience will probably have a hard time to understand or realize that you've basically done that. Right? Uh, Big brain strategies. Right? Copy pasting is no shame. You can and should do it once in a while. Cool. I don't know. I can leave the arrow, I guess. There's nothing on it. I'm also emphasizing the way the leg work moves. Yeah, I'm gonna draw the arrows. Why not? Kind of looks cool. It's like different kind of smear. Or like not a smear. It's a trail. It's a trail. It's a trail. Yeah, drawing trails. You can use trails. That's the good thing to do. I'm just gonna try to keep it clean, I guess. Okay. Yeah, the last flip is a little bit crazy. I think it's also where like, but it has a lot of momentum because it has a way stronger build up because he's on the ground for like 3 frames, while on the other ones he's like on the ground for 2. Like he's like actively using the. On this one he's just on on the ground for 1 frame actually. He's like bouncing off right away, like it's like some trampoline ground, right? It's like a lot of bounce already. But yeah, on the parts where he's not bouncing off 100% like right away, it's um he also is bending his leg, right? And the longer he kind of bends his leg, the stronger will be the build up for the next flip. Yeah, on this one, I think the poses are very, very good for the flip actually, and that's why it transitions so nicely into it. The flip is a little bit crazy, I guess. But yeah, that one was very fun to animate. I'm keeping the arrows. I think there's some nice touch. Okay. Yeah, that's the guy, I guess. Let's see if he bounce has a nice bounce. Yeah, he's a nice bounce at the end. Nice bounce rotation. I like the bounce at the end. Probably could have a little bit more airtime at the end bounce, but it's fine. It's a good transition thing. The rotations are very clear, I think. Even if he's moving so fast, it's very followable. Like you can very good can kind of follow his still motion. It kind of feels like it's working out. I think it's I've got better at drawing flips from 2 years ago. So yeah, what we're gonna do now, huh, guys? We draw some kind of background, maybe. Maybe later. Maybe I'm gonna do that for the end. We're gonna shade it in now. Basically, we're gonna do shading. So yeah, we're gonna use simple shading, and the simple shading will come from the top, basically. So yeah, he's kind of in a room, I guess, something. Hey, Eagle, by the way. Nice to meet you again. Wie geht es dir? Cool, dass du vorbeikommst. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try to show coloring process, but coloring is not that hard anymore. So basically what we're doing now is doing the cell shading, so we know where to put in the colors. But yeah, for cell shading, first we just select the areas we want to shade, and then we later on just use the bucket fill tool. And then I don't know, we're gonna decide for some fancy colors for the character, and yeah, once we decide for the color, we're gonna use some shading based on that color. Yeah, I tried to interact with you guys on the stream a little bit more, but I'm sorry, sometimes I got very quiet in between, I suppose, because I lost track of time and what's going on. I also wanted to put myself on new music like a while ago, but it still didn't do it. Oh, cool. Nice to see you using Clip Studio Paint now. It's a good software, right? It takes a little bit while to get used to, and there's a lot of things you have to set up. But once you've done that, you're pretty good to go, and you can do so many things with the software. That even includes using 3D object files. Wie ein Tiger. Yes, I'm German, by the way. Uh, Mr. Jerk Dude. Is a friend of you, Eagle? Ja, ich bin Deutscher. Ich komme aus Deutschland. Ich bin hier geboren. Und ich lebe hier seit 28 Jahren. Und ich arbeite auch von hier. Also, okay. The difference between layout in Gengar or rough, layout is basically just you animating the rough movements, or maybe the rough idea of the cut. Some people, but it depends on you how far or how detailed you draw the layout. Though the more detail, or like the closer you get to the original models and stuff, the more it's obviously appreciated. Like if your drawings are strong, they don't have to be corrected that much, right? um, that will save the director, the art director, a lot of time. So that's why, yeah, that's basically layout. Layout. Some draw it like me, just stick figures, right? Not the most appreciated way, but in terms of for action and stuff, it works pretty well because it's moving so much anyways. You can get away with inconsistency, and then yeah, but and some draw like very clean and try to draw a model. Yeah, that's like the more like recommended way for layout, but mostly also will just work if you have like very little amount of frames. But yeah, for each individual layout you're drawing, like each individual cut, there should be at least one or two good drawings that kind of show the intention that you try to draw the character, and also try to give an idea of where the light comes from. So you want to put on maybe shading on one frame at least. Okay. So yeah, that's that. And then in Gengar, basically, you use the corrections of the director, and then you trace them and try to draw them, or like try to animate those. Also, so you basically try to use your roughs and the corrections and try to combine them and try to draw as close as possible as you can, and use the corrections from the director to guide you, right? Sometimes the director gives you many corrections. In other cases, well, if he trusts you, he might not give you as much. Um, but maybe he also just has fun correcting your stuff. So then he will give you, like, maybe even draw almost everything for you. So, or maybe he just has the time and he gets paid for that to draw everything. Like, depends, right? The more frames you use, the harder it's going to be for you to be corrected. So be careful how many frames you use in the layout, and be sure to mark down your keyframes properly, because if you have too many keyframes, the director doesn't will not know which frames to correct, because he doesn't know which frames you want to emphasize, right? So that's why it's very important to mark down the frames you want to have corrected as keyframes, and then the rest should be maybe used as in between guides or something like that, right? So yeah, so to clear the difference again between Gengar and rough, Gengar is basically cleaning up your rough drawings with the corrections of the director, with the feedback, and roughs your layout basically is rough drawings, basically like you planning out the scene and giving your first idea and impression and approach on how you want to do it. Yeah. I mainly use Clipsview for art, but I've tried animating it. It feels so weird doing it because I'm so used to Flash. Yeah, man. I understand your feeling. Like, I've been using Flash for a long time, right? And that's why I actually set up my Clip Studio Paint exactly like in Flash. Like all my hotkeys and stuff are like very similar to Flash. I also use, like, for example, for a new frame, I use the hotkey F7. Um, and yeah, that helped a lot and changed a lot for me and made the software so much more easy to use. Right? Cool. So this is this is a shading for frame number one. Shading is done. My lighting comes from the top, by the way. I'm just gonna have it straight up coming from the top. Right?
That's where the light comes from. Good. And now we're going to do this 40 more times. Bear with me. Of course, we're also drawing our shading on a vector layer, so we can use the vector eraser and have an easier time to uh, yeah, to fix our lines, right? Okay, we're gonna do it like that. Now I'm trying to figure out, like, the hand is going right above it, so I want to have the shading right above it, and maybe some shading here because the leg is going inwards, and do it this, like that. I'm gonna delete this line. I'm gonna do it like this. And yep, that's already too much actually. We could just keep it like that. Maybe here can be a little line. Cool. Frame number one, right? Frame number one is the most sucky frame. But it had to start somewhere with something. So I just kept that one. Fixed it a few times to try getting it right, but it didn't work out that well. So cool. Can clearly feel that I put more effort into these frames compared with all the more last ones. Depending on how big you shade it, right? The more you also change the volume of the cloth, for example, right? I'll be a little bit careful with how much you want to add in there. I'm also trying to figure out what's right now, but Actually, itself, it's pretty simple. You just fill in like these shapes here. Yep. That was pretty loud, man. Crap. Guy with his motorcycle. Might want to check on it. It sounded weird. Yeah, cool. What did I do here? Okay. For example, over here, like those kind of things in cleanup should be not there, right? You don't want to have these confusing kind of lines. Because the problem is that this is a shirt, right? And this is the pullover. And over here, this is actually shaded space. A bit confusing. Cool. There's a lot of shading in this frame. I think I'm slowly losing track of the simplification for the shading. So yeah, I try to turn it down a little. Only on the frames where it's needed, on the parts where it's needed. Yeah, just gonna do it like that. Cool.
Nice frame. Looks very surprised. Oh, I see. It's the jerk dude, aka Frank. Just take your time drawing and do the thing. You might lose drive and stuff, but there's actually no secret ingredient or like super tip I can give, unfortunately. I can only say, hey man, do the thing, get inspired by Shia LaBeouf, Shabuv, I don't know how to even pronounce this guy, but you know the Just Do It guy, right? And then you'll be okay. He's gonna tell you what to do. Just do it, my guy. Just do it. You'll be okay. I don't want to color in those shoes, man. For real.
Uh, don't let your dreams be memes. Hmm. Okay, guys. Ah, will I ever be not a meme? Yeah, Mr. Ishizuka liked my YouTube tweet. Cool. Mr. Ishizuka is the epic One Piece animator. Well, not the one, but one of them, because there's so many epic One Piece animators by now. One Piece is actually getting good animation. What the fuck? It's actually crazy how many good animators always work on that. So many talented people. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just shading it. I don't know somehow right now. Like, just gonna try to make it somewhat work. But yeah, always keeping in mind that the light comes from the top. Just wanna remind you all. Okay, yeah, that's the whole story. Cool. Got almost half of it done. Holy crap. Things are going a little bit faster right now, huh? Yeah, I'm not gonna shade the hairs at all. Hairs will always be the same color. What? Should I shade the hairs? No, that shape is so complex. Don't want to shade that. Okay, this one might be also a little bit confusing because there's like one, two, three places that actually have no space, and it could be a little bit tough to see if I don't mark it down. Yeah, the red crosses, by the way, mean that there's an empty space, so there's nothing in it. This is for the people who don't know yet, or that didn't know. Okay. So shading over here, over here. Can shade it. We don't have to. Cool. This one is missing too. Noah's Epic YouTube channel. One Piece animation recently has been amazing. I've rewatched the General Frankie Force Sasaki's fight like 50 times. Not gonna lie, that one was so hands down very cool. Like probably one of my favorite ones in One Piece. Cause goddamn, I enjoyed that Frankie got the fucking good scene. A scene that he really deserves, man. Because General Frankie is fucking awesome. Oh no, he's not awesome. He's fucking super. No, I really like Frankie, actually. I think he's a cool character, even if he's a weirdo. Reminds me a little bit of myself, except that I don't walk around only in my panties. Yeah, my pants. Like I don't know, man. Sometimes I wish he would wear a little bit more than that. But hey, he's a real man, okay? Can't do anything about that manliness. Do you have any tips on how to draw hands? Look at your hand and draw your hand. I look up anatomy for hands. Look up artists that draw hands. Break down how hands are drawn. Study the skeletal skeleton structure, uh, and check people who make tutorials for hands. Hands are very tough to draw, so I understand why you would ask that question. Because yeah, hands pretty hard to draw. It's also something I still struggle with myself. But I hope that I'm one day getting good at drawing hands. Like in this animation, you can see I didn't really draw any complicated hands, so maybe I'm not the best one to ask that. Hank, the Frankie main theme is very cool, by the way. So yeah, just wanted to pick up on that topic again, cause yeah, Frankie's awesome. I hope that Mr. Ota will animate more of that fight from him, because sorry for a little spoiler, but he's gonna fight that that one guy a little bit long. So the fight, I mean the fight wasn't over yet, right? So keeps on going for a while, which is very cool. I'm looking forward to that. I want to see more of that V sword for victory. Okay, I'm shading the back like a little bit more so you can see it more clearly. Does this one is in front and the other one is in the back. Kind of passing by, taking away the light. Man, this takes a while, dude. Should we really color this in? I don't have any color palettes for how to color this guy. I think I'm just gonna shade it and then it's gonna be it. Actually, I'm just gonna like bucket fill to everything in just a bit and then, yeah, this animation is gonna be done. I think that's gonna be okay. And I showed you like everything you need, right? Showed you quite a couple of frames that I clean up. Showed you the tools. Maybe if we bucket fill it incorrectly, we can even hide all the blue shading layers. Oh, a random cat just spawned on my table. Hey, Tofu, what's wrong? Hmm? Goodbye, Tofu. Oh, my cat is gone. But she will be back. Hello. What animation are you using? I'm using my animation. Thank you for asking. Oh, thank you very much. And yes, I'm having a nice stream, I think, so far. It seems to be very relaxing. A lot of people came around. I'm glad so many people came around and some asked questions. We've talked about multiple things. It's probably getting late for some, but also maybe it's just afternoon for the others, right? So I can understand when it slowly comes to an end. And I've been streaming for like 4 hours now. So yeah, it's already quite some time that's gone. So I can understand that many people are now slowly starting to drop out. That's perfectly fine. I also want to stop soon. That's why I'm just try to shade this as fast as I can. And yeah, we're gonna just color in the shading. Then I don't know, maybe just posting it on Twitter, I guess. I like this animation. I think it turned out very well. I'm putting on myself some music because I've been drawing for like almost 2 hours without listening to any music. And I think time might pass a little bit faster if I put something on. So please excuse me for a second. What do I want to listen to? Yeah, I think I'm just gonna listen to this. So you guys can't hear it because I don't want my videos to be copyright or to be deafened by the audio or like taken down or whatever. And that's why this stream will be silent, like except for my voice. But yeah, so anyone can still look it up later on. Right? Hmm. Driver died. Okay, shading becomes much simpler here again. The drawings also become much more rushed. I guess that's gonna be okay. like tofu. Tofu, ich kann jetzt nicht. I think my cat demands already new food, dude. What the fuck? It's a little bit stupid with this hot weather. Like the food is getting dry so fast. If you give like wet food, kind of forced to give a new food pretty soonish. Oh yeah, we can take a little break in just a bit, and then I'm just gonna take care of that. Just gonna try to rush through these frames real quick. Already 29. There's only 30 more to go. My cat's bullying me, man. She's always like, "Hey, hey, give me attention. Hey, hey." And it's got, like keep on touching my hand. Stop drawing.
Yeah, the cat pen thing. I don't know, man. Like recently, I even started to prefer like the normal brushes without pen pressure anymore again. But yeah, it helps to play around with different brushes and get like different kind of feelings for when you draw and change it. You know, the brush changes up the feeling for what you draw, and it feels fresh, and that also makes drawing more fun, in my opinion. Playing around with those brushes, and it's definitely a cool thing to do, and could definitely do it from time to time, like mixing up the brush. And yeah, choose whatever light you like and what works best for you. But I recommend to not, only use one brush. Sometimes that could be a little bit problematic. Maybe some people get really stuck on that one brush and to that one feeling. I mean, after a while, okay, like if you establish yourself, or if you think, like if you really just prefer this one brush, then sure, go for it. I always like to explore, man. Always stay fresh and always like stay interested. His expression, his face. He's like very bored, man. Man, you draw me flipping again. God damn it, Chris. Can you animate? Can't you animate anything else? It's an addiction, dude. Me animating guys flipping. My flips are like my run cycle, man. They show me when I actually improve. If you want to see it, if you improved over like a certain period of time, just try to animate another run cycle again after some while. Pro tip, by the way. The line art for the smear is red because the smear itself, like if I would color it in, the smear would have no line art. So basically, when I click on this button, the smear would be gone, but like you still have the shape or like the colors and stuff, right? That's why the line is red. That means it's lineless. Red can also be used for when you have, for example, let's say you have a loop and you have your character and his hair is like flowing in the wind, but you don't want the character's head not to be redrawn. So then you draw like the silhouette of the face, basically, and then you basically say in the middle of the face, okay, same as layer one, basically, and then you just animate the hair loops, but you can copy paste basically that red silhouette that basically says, okay, paste that face in here, right? So that's where you use the red lines pretty much. Red lines are also used for highlights. So when I fill those in with yellow, then they're supposed to be highlights. Okay. Now you know why red lines are used in Gengar. Okay. Or at least that's like the easiest and fastest description I have. There's probably even more use to red, so maybe there's a more specific way to explain it. But I think that should cover it for now. Or at least, like at least the foundational stuff. I gotta look more into like all these uses of colors, but I'm pretty confident that what I just said wasn't like necessarily wrong. At least I've been using it like that, and animators like Yutaka Nakamura are using it like that. So I think I'm understanding it a little bit. It's all about notation. You gotta give the right notation and advice and note basically, and then you can clarify these things very simply. And yeah, then they know what to do in the end. Damn, we're on the last 4 frames, guys. We're getting there. Almost there. Last frame, my guys. Last frame. Gotta shade in the error as well, of course. Nice. Okay. Now we're just gonna spam in the bucket tool and then let's get it. Gonna select all the right layers right now. We can make it quick and easy. How long did it actually take to do the shading? For less than an hour for sure. That's pretty good. Pretty good time. So yeah, what color do we shade, huh? What do you guys prefer, huh? You wanna have some gray? It's a little bit too gray. Lighter gray? Or maybe you guys wanna have some bluish? Or maybe like different bluish? How about this one? Oh, this barely visible. Oh, we're gonna use that one. Oh no, maybe not. It's too green. I can't decide, man. Struggle. Greenish gray, huh? Okay. Not too bright though. Really, like not too dark. Okay, this is fine, I think. No, where's my pen? I think I forgot to shade the rest of his nose. Well, gonna fix that on in the go. Just gotta remind myself that I have to shade the nose as well. Oh, cool. Oh, what happened? Oh shit. Got messed up on this layer. That's probably the layer where I noticed, oh, maybe it would be good to actually clean up on vector layers. Probably wasn't using one before. Yeah, it's not necessarily needed to clean up on the vector layer when you're doing Gengar, by the way. It just helps to do it, like in my opinion. Like the vector tools are very helpful, and I really recommend them. As long as your drawing is clear and all the lines are clear, then you'll be fine. Only for Gengar though. Like if you're doing your own project, I recommend actually using the vector layers and cleaning up properly so you can utilize all the tools. But as I said, I recommend it's all optional. Whatever works best for you, right? You gotta figure that out yourself. Wonder if it's gonna look weird when his head is never shaded, but the rest is. We'll see. I'm just gonna shade in that one like that. Do that. Maybe that's too much work. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna do that for all the frames. Yeah, and when I then hide the shading layer, it's gonna look like that. Well, I didn't want to shade his hair, so I'm not gonna do it. His hair is as bright as the sun, and that's why it's never gonna get shaded. And because I'm lazy, I didn't want to spend any more time. If we want to go like full crazy mode, we could actually color in a darker color to clarify like the inside, the inner parts basically. There's not that much of it, these kind of frames, so it's gonna be fine. It's not even that clean, my animation. Ugh, I was rushed it too much. Yeah, tofu is fine. Tofu demands food, guys. I gotta hurry. Could just stand up and give her something. But when I'm starting to shade, I have trouble stopping. I don't even know what I drew here. Okay, guys, I gotta give her food, man. She's getting very clingy. She's shaking me down, bro. She's actually choking me. Help! Just kidding. It's fine. Good thing I'm alone at home. Nobody hear that. Wait, she ate everything. Holy shit. All right, I'm back. Oh, hey, Harukami. Alles gut, Mann? Korrekt, dass du vorbeikommst. I'm glad some of you guys find my animation stream insightful and not me just talking a bunch of nonsense. Yeah, animatics can be fun, but I never done one. Oh, okay, I actually did some, but not. My animatics are half animated somehow. Oh, frame 13 already. Nice. You guys want to decide a color for the hairs? I'm gonna fill in the color then for the hairs. That's gonna look cool. Like only his hairs have different colors then, but they never shaded. This should clarify this a lot. they print your layout, right? So you explain as long as they can print the frames should not be a problem. Yeah, yeah, you can use Blender for working on anime. That works. You can just export them as JPEGs or like image sequences. Doesn't even need to necessarily be JPEGs. And yeah, they will actually use that. It's a little bit less convenient. So like Clip Studio Paint has specific tools to only export keyframes. So you gotta maybe sort it out. But you can use 3D and stuff, and then you know even use the 3D as layout guides and stuff. So that's all fair. You can do that. You can even use 3D models as your layout animation. That's also fine. Um, Ren Onodera does that. Very smart. That's why all her animation have so much volume. Because she uses very efficient 3D model animation, and then she draws over it. But she's also very good at drawing, so yeah, I like that shading, that frame. He's fine, he's fine, he's fine. That says some frames missed out. Yeah. His heel is almost against set. Yeah, he's very flexible. If you look at ballerinas or something, man, those women are insanely flexible. It's crazy. They can easily reach their head with their heel. Years of stretching, my guy. It's crazy. Also, breakdance is super flexible too. Most of them. They have to be, man, with those crazy moves they are doing. But yeah, what hair color do we give the character? Give me suggestions, my guys. Pink, green. Won't it create gaps? That depends on your bucket fill tool and how you configure it. I think the if I like turn off this layer, you can see like it fills in actually quite nicely. I don't see so many gaps there. Works pretty well. It bleeds very nicely underneath the vector layers. Because wait, I can actually fill up to vector path. I didn't even tick this in. Then it will actually be even more accurate. Whoops. Forgot to activate that. I'm sorry, guys. Paul says pink. Okay, we're gonna go for pink. That's how it is, my guy. I'm sorry. You got pink hair. You fucking gay piece of shit. Just kidding. Pink is not gay. And gay is not problem. Not a problem. We are not we are not homophobic here. Sorry for saying that, I guess. Fuck, I messed up. Shouldn't have said that. But yeah, you got pink hair. Can't do anything about that. And he has to enjoy it. I guess he doesn't care really. Look at his face. Doesn't look like a face that cares. He takes whatever color he can get. He's just a shaded guy with pink hair, man. Wait, pink was that one? Or was that one? Was pink more red or more blue? God damn it! I always confuse the car. Help! Send screenshots. Oh, we already on last 9 frames. That's pretty nice. council has decided. Man's gonna have pink hair. God damn it. It's more red, okay. My server doesn't exist anymore. Are you? Okay, that's basically pink. The heart color. Okay, okay. Is that really pink though? Isn't that isn't that rosa? Oh no, the other color is purple, right? I'm confusing shit right now. Okay, okay, I'm sorry. I'm colorblind, okay? Just kidding. I was colorblind. Oh, forgot to shade on this frame. Let's fix that real quick. Okay, after this, only one more frame to shade. Then the pink hair color is gonna happen. Okay, boys. Pink hair color time. Okay, double check. Is this pink enough? It needs to be more popping. This is fine. This is a good pink. Did I get the right color? Something like that. Is that okay? Okay, I'm just gonna use that color and hope I got the right color, kind of. But I think it's a good pink. Yes. Let's go. We got it. Pink eye approaches, and goddamn, this goes fast as fuck because we didn't shade anything. But a good popping pink, man, that will give some good A catch, and people will be able to follow his head pretty well. So it's a good choice, and it's very different from the other color. Whoops, not everything pink place. Only the hairs. Now he is the pink helicopter. Nickname. Pink helicopter guy. Pink flipping helicopter guy. Flipping pink. Okay, okay, stop, man. The names are getting more terrible by the second. Now as a question. Yes, that should be part of the. Damn it. Bleeds out over here. Oh, wrong tool. Let me check, switch that real quick. Okay, fixed. All right. Almost there. Now we got just gotta untick all the shading layers. And our guy will be finished. Or should we keep the blue lines for shading? I think the blue lines a little bit too much. So I'm just gonna, it will feel a little bit better, I think, without them. Oh, that's the wrong layer. Oops. So it's the wrong layer. God damn it. Okay, it's fine actually. Oh, I can't do it over here though. I gotta copy the feed. Hmm. God damn it. What do we do? On this layer. Let me just copy paste that. Where's the shading? Oh my god, no! Ah, I drew the shading on the same layer as the line there. Okay. Just gotta try to get rid of them by hand then. Maybe it's not much of a big deal. I have these blue points now, though, everywhere. God damn it. I mean, that's okay. Okay. Only on the last layer. Wait, it's only on the last. I just keep it on the last layer. It's a nice finish. Yeah, blue lines, right? Let's bring them back. Oh. Ah! I don't know. In 2D animation, you don't necessarily need a degree. Okay, the animation is now finished. What can we do now? Do we have a BG? Gee, I can barely see anything. We have a BG. I think no BG is even better. And then I'm just gonna change the background color. Maybe add some camera motion. Is color okay? I think that's fine with the color. Now I'm gonna add some camera motion, and the animation is done. Camera should move too fast. Oh, forgot to draw in colors on the first. Fixed. Just very slight camera motion. Might be already too much. That's way too much. Wait, the smear actually disappeared as well over here. God damn it. Wait a second. Let me just finish the camera motion. with camera motion. Does the camera actually work? Oh, camera doesn't work. I'm gonna add a little guide or something in the back, so you can at least have some kind of orientation line going on. Actually, I think I'm gonna draw something. Now we have a background and it moves a little bit more, and you can see the camera motion better through the background. Yeah, it looks fancy, I guess. It's time to post it on Twitter. Thank you very much for coming around in the stream. It was a lot of fun, and thank you for joining in. Right, he's doing the flips now. He's shaded and has pink hair. He's happy. Hope you guys are happy, right? Yeah, that's pretty much it for today. I hope I could go into detail with some of the topics, and some of you could get some valuable information from the stream. Um, Wait, can you guys even hear me? Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, gonna stop the stream now. Thank you for joining in. Hopefully, learned something, and wishing you guys a great day and a great evening. Right. See ya.